Good morning, everyone. We're getting ready to get started here with today with Casey's strongest man and woman. We're starting today off with the elephant bar deadlift. We've got 3 different platforms running this morning.
Hey everyone, Brian here. We are just working on getting all 3 platforms up and running. We have our left and middle platform already active. Our right platform, which is going to be for our super heavyweights, will be active in a minute. Once that is going, we will get to where we're trying to show all 3 platforms at the same time.
So one thing that's different that you guys might notice in a strongman meet versus a powerlifting meet is strongman does rising bar. So the weight on the bar that you guys see on either of them will never go back down. So this is the lightest these bars will be, and they're going to just continue to go up until everybody's reached their attempt. People typically at a strongman meet, they follow what's called Wessel rules. To where you get 3 attempts, but if you fail, once you fail, you're not allowed to take another attempt. So it's super important that you get the your opening attempt, so that way you can at least get points for the day. Strongman's also a little bit different from powerlifting in that it's rated by point system versus total weight on the bar. So if there's like 3 people in your weight class, ultimately the goal is to lift more weight than the other 2 people in your weight class versus So technically, if somebody lifted 135 pounds, 155 pounds, and then the other person, all they would have to do to win their weight class is to lift 160 pounds. So very different atmosphere here, a little bit different, but overall still a great quality show. Lots of different activities here. Good looking deadlift there in lane one. That was super speedy. Good looking deadlift there on platform 2. Something a little bit different that you're also seeing as people go through in deadlift is we're using straps. Not typically something you see or allowed in powerlifting, but straps are definitely allowed in strongman. There's also a couple other things. Typically the rule is as long as you can get the weight up. So like downward motion doesn't really matter. You can ramp. Definitely not something you're allowed to do in powerlifting, but definitely something you can do here today. So it's kind of like in the wild, but in the powerlifting world here. So all right, looks like we're going to be getting started here on platform 3. Looks like we're starting out heavy. Little stutter there, but locked it out, and that's what matters. Lane 2 looking good. All right, we got our women on win lane here. Nice fight. So one thing that's a little bit, also a little different is because this is a mammoth bar or an elephant bar, it has a lot more whip. It also has a lot more tension to pull out of the bar. So a lot of slack, and you'll start to see this bar really bend because of the length of the bar and how far the weight is from the center of the bar. So that does make it a little bit more of a difficult pull. You can lift more, but if you're not good at pulling the slack out of a bar, this is going to be it's kind of a deficit really for you. Lane 1's at 140 kilos. 240.
So one thing to mention, Christy, I don't know if you were here when they were explaining it earlier today. Whenever we see a judge holding up an orange flag, that means that there will be a state record being attempted for the lifters.
State record?
That is correct.
Okay.
That is what I was informed of this morning. So if it's different, might not be my fault. And hey, everyone, we're trying to get, again, so you can see all 3 platforms going on at the same time, but running 2 cameras at once is a first-time thing for us, so we're trying to work with the crowd and get things going.
One thing that you will notice is that Strongman just kind of, they make great doors. And so they do block that third camera a little bit from time to time, make great doors, and they like to root each other on.
Phenomenal supportive walls.
Yes, supportive walls. That's a great way to put it. Ooh, there we go. All right, they're just making sure she's got that nice and locked out at the top before they give her that down command.
Again, with Strongman, it's a matter of getting it up, not necessarily the quality of how you got it up.
Correct. As long as it goes up, that's what matters. No. No. Today's powerlifting show is brought to you by several sponsors today.
Oddly enough, our Strongman show is also held by several sponsors. Christy?
Well, I said powerlifting, and
Yeah.
my caffeine's not quite kicked in yet, folks.
It's all good. I only have the advantage because I've been awake since 5 this morning.
Our premier sponsor, and this show is brought to you by Supplement Superstores. But you guys have a nice billboard right here from Travis, in the back of his T-shirt of all of our sponsors. We've got Cerberus, Pioneer, we've got Evolution Athletic Zone, Smelling Salts, AbMat, LMNT, Spud. You name it, we've probably got a sponsor for it. We've also got massage therapy students here today for the athletes to get massaged in between lifts, which is super nice.
Yeah, that sounds phenomenal. Especially one thing that strongman meets are known for is being physically taxing over the course of the entire day, because unlike a powerlifting meet where you're only doing 9 total attempts, there are a ton of attempts happening throughout the day for a ton of different
and it's
events.
not, I mean, is it four events?
4 to 5 typically is
Yes.
a strongman day from
Yeah.
my understanding and my
Yes,
experience.
that is correct.
So like on this, they'll go immediately from this event to an outside event. Again, another full body event. Unlike powerlifting where
But it's only one attempt out there.
it's only one attempt, but it's an exhausting attempt.
And it's a long day, too. We've got a lot of lifters here today, so we have a lot of...
One thing that is very underrated with these elephant bars is the fact that getting plates on and off is extremely hard the heavier that you go.
You almost need a wider deadlift jack, really.
And they actually do make those for
Yeah.
certain events. And
They use them at the Arnold.
Correct. Use them at the Arnold for, again, this kind of deadlift event, because the heavier that it gets and the whippier that this bar is, the second that you get past 4 plates, 4 reds on a side, which is what we're using over here, is when it starts to become exponentially heavier.
I mean, you're going to see the bar bend a decent amount over there on the first platform with just a little right around probably 330.
Yeah. Honestly, if it doesn't start bending around 2 reds,
Yeah.
which is about 275.
The Kabuki power deadlift bar would
Did the
bend
same thing.
about 2 reds, actually.
Which is insane.
Ironically enough.
And it is now banned from powerlifting competitions.
Well, for certain federations, yes.
For the ones that matter. I'll make some enemies today. Great job fighting for that one. Really clean lockout.
Yeah, nice and
On that left
fast.
platform. All right, moving on to the middle.
Good looking deadlift there in the middle platform.
Good deadlift there as well. Again, Travis makes a much better wall than he does a window. So one thing that our loaders and spotters are doing is they're making sure that the platform and the bars stay clean. Because some of these athletes, again, there'll be a lot of sweat, a lot of skin,
Chalk,
and
blood.
mainly. So one thing that you have to do as a spotter and loader is make sure that the implements stay clean and sanitary for all of our lifters. So you'll
You might
them-
see some baby powder too.
hopefully some baby powder.
But see, you can wear leggings. Let's go.
Come
And
on,
you
fight
can-
for that on the left-hand platform.
Man, she's really trying. Come on, lock it.
Come on, middle platform fighting for it as well.
We're working hard
it
here.
up.
There we go. Nice struggle there on the
That's-
second platform.
That was a fight and a half. Again, you can see that because we're allowed to use straps so your hands don't give out.
And you can hitch, and you can almost essentially use the bounce of the bar to help you get up. But the bounce of the bar can also hinder your lifting as well.
Correct. It can pull you back down out of position. So one thing that I think, while we were talking about it, while most of the time you're allowed to use any rule to get it up, there are still rules that you have to follow for certain events as well. For some squatting events, you have to hit a certain depth.
Fast there for Heidi.
And I don't think she even used straps on that. Just walked over, put it over under
She's a
grip. and pulled it.
powerlifter at nature. She did try to use straps, but she can't. She tried different varieties. She just didn't like them how they worked on her hands. So she essentially just trained without them and did what she does as a powerlifter. I mean, I can't say that I would use straps either, unless maybe I got past like, I don't know, 500.
Starts to get heavy around 500, yeah.
Right.
So on the middle platform, we have SBC native Ian pulling. Ian is very active in our community. He's a spotter and loader for all the powerlifting meets. Coming in today, going for 4 reds and a 10. Very easy. And he's actually using supportive equipment on this one.
Yes.
He's utilizing briefs,
Yes.
not a full deadlift suit.
It might be a deadlift suit underneath that shirt.
If you put the
It's
shirt
hard
over
to
the top
tell,
of it,
yeah.
Good call.
That does bring up a point about rules. There aren't a ton of rules in Strongman, but there is one rule, specifically, typically, about deadlifts that you're not allowed to do. Notice everybody's pulling conventional here today.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Interesting.
Yes.
That's weird.
So your feet can be as wide as you want them to be. Your feet can be as narrow as you want them to be, but your hands have to be on the outside of your legs.
So realistically, you could go with the sumo stance, provided that
As long as your arms are long enough, if you want to, sure.
That sounds horrible.
So there are several people that are typically a sumo puller that have to switch their stance for this event specifically. Lots of fun shoes we see here today. Brian and I like to comment on people's apparel.
We do.
Strongman's fun in that nature that there's usually a lot of different varieties of thing here. So we have the absence of shoes here on lane 2 and on lane 1, the absence of shoes. We're just in socks over here. We've got some nice dad Nikes over here by one of our judges.
I mean, there's just everything all over the board. We got,
We
some
got Crocs. We have wrestling shoes. I see the Crocs, the barefoot, like the actual brand barefoot.
where
Yeah.
your toes are in the weird thing.
Maybe we'll see some hey dudes.
Oh, is that so? Some hey dudes, some boating shoots today. Getting out on the water. It's like whenever I see a Salt Life tattoo on a truck that has a Kansas license plate. What Salt Life are you about? Going on vacation?
Going
once
to
a
the
week?
lake of the Ozarks.
Yeah, that's real salty.
Let's go in the middle there.
All right, moving on. Moving up in weight. So the other thing about these deadlift attempts, unlike powerlifting, the bar is ascending only, meaning that you could follow yourself if your attempts are close enough. So this is much closer to Olympic weightlifting in that aspect, where it's an ascending bar and it will not go back down. You can only do that attempt or slightly more.
All right, a little bit of a hitch there in the middle, but that is allowed, so we're good to go.
Very true. And left platform, right platform, it's still chugging along. People are pulling weights. Again, better walls than windows. When we get to log press. We're going to try to rectify the situation, but we don't want to risk the 2 good platforms that we have running right now.
Yeah.
Wow. Absolute speed on that left platform right there. Platform number uno.
Uno. Numero uno.
So we haven't really talked about it, but supportive gear is allowed as long as it's not specified not in the rules.
Correct. So that's typically how they spell it out for each event. And each event's different per show.
Yep.
So the rules are always spelled out when you sign up, so that way you know what's allowed and what's not allowed. Very excited there on lane 2.
Well, there may be a competition where they say, hey, no supportive briefs are allowed during the squat and the deadlift. Other ones, if they don't say it's not allowed, assume it is until you're told.
Typically, tacky is one of the things that they talk about, whether or not it's allowed versus not allowed.
Not quite there on that middle platform, but it was a really good attempt.
Really stuck at the knees. That's where I get stuck if I'm going to miss the deadlift, too.
Or you could just be me and can't get it off the ground at all. All right, Ian's coming in for this attempt right here. One thing about Ian is he is incredibly technically precise when it comes to his lifts. He does his best to make sure that everything is within limits of, like, technical proficiency.
Safety, standard.
Very true. All right, now this is an interesting one. You'll notice that the lifter on the middle platform is using both straps and a pound of chalk on each hand.
Hey, whatever helps you get the bar up, right?
Very true.
He's also got one of those fun new fancy SBD belts that are gray and orange.
He's got some...
Man,
wow.
I remember the days when everything was black and gray at SBD. Like when it was black and gray or black and red. They didn't have all the fun colorways.
Yeah, but then they found out that you could sell fun colorways every year if you didn't buy it because you're getting the
Multiple
option.
times a year, yes.
Yeah. So you might as well make a ton of money for
Right,
clothes.
right. We got a big old deadlift here on the, I believe it's 396 pounds on that first platform. I don't think she's taken any attempts yet, so I'm guessing that's her opener.
I think we'll see something pretty fun on that left-hand side.
I believe she's out of Wichita.
So, Christy, you understand the scoring a little bit better than I do on these. So, athletes get points for placing in each one.
Correct.
You don't have to. You can get first place in one event, but not place at all throughout the not place in the top
Correct,
3.
yes.
Provided that if somebody gets third in everything, they have a pretty good chance of getting second or even first just because of their total points. As long as there's not somebody who's getting second in everything or first, you get first in one event and last.
Consistency really matters, but if you get first, then you get to go last in the next event.
Yes.
So it kind of is like a game of strategy too. There's a lot of if you get first in the first event and then you know what you have to beat for the rest of the events to win, and so then you can kind of just play that game.
Yep. It's much more chess oriented.
Yeah, and the order today was determined by when you signed up. Although the order today is all about the weight. If it was an event that didn't matter the weight and the weight was set, then it would be based on how you signed up for the show.
And then that lets you know what kind of attempts you need to be taking and making.
Right.
Because one thing that is very underrated is the fact that, you don't want to go, and if you're trying to win the show, maybe you don't want to set the state record if it's way too high.
Right.
But the person who's currently in first place is at, let's talk about a static hold, is at 30 seconds. Well, to beat them, you only need 31.
Right.
And so you don't go as long as you can. You go for as long as you need to win.
Exactly.
That's a difference in strategy right there.
Yeah.
That leaves you with energy that still gets you the first place. And unlike in powerlifting where they'll have weight class winners and overall winners, where it's like, okay, you can play that game of like, well, if I want to be the overall winner, I might have to play the game just a little bit harder and push myself more on squats and bench and leave nothing in the tank.
Exactly.
This is much more, okay, how can I leave as much in the tank as possible while still winning?
If you win the first event, hypothetically, as long as you keep winning the events, you could, if you're strong enough, sandbag the whole show if you really wanted to.
That has happened before.
It has. And sometimes these people do multiple shows. Like, it's not just one a year sort of thing. Some people are doing these a couple of summer. I know we have one in Springfield, I think, next weekend.
Yep.
The Arnold was in March. You've got different shows. You've got nationals this summer. Lots of different shows throughout the entire year. People compete more than once. It's not just a once and done thing. And I would say it's kind of hard to peak this sort of event too, or this sort of sport. Right.
So what, from my understanding of training, and correct me where I'm wrong, Crispy, is the fact that it's not so much peaking as it is technique training to get it to a point where you're incredibly proficient. So while you're not peaking for like maximum strength, you are peaking to get the right technique.
I think that's a fair assessment. I think you could also argue, though, that you could technically peak something like the Mammoth Bar deadlift and then work on your conditioning for a couple of the other events. That is one thing, not against powerlifting, but there's a lot more conditioning involved with this sport. And
There is a lot.
you guys won't necessarily see it with this event specifically, but the next one you're going to see that because people are going to be running with weights pressed on their body. That Husafell stone is not small.
It's half of my height, and I am not tall, admittedly.
Have you ever picked it up, Brian?
I have once, yes.
Could you see over the top of it?
Can I lie to you and say yes? I mean,
I got an average size torso.
audience.
Nice looking deadlift there. Very excited.
He was going. The only hard part about figure eight straps is when you want to really
Yeah, you
celebrate.
can't.
You have to unstrap
yeah, you have to
yourself. before you
unstrap
go
yourself.
crazy.
Yeah.
One other thing to note that we will be transitioning between points today. So if there's ever a time where the live stream is paused, it's because we're transitioning to a new area, waiting for people to warm up. So just bear with us, and we will be as quick as possible with these transitions.
All right, let's go here in the middle. Ooh, little saw some stars, I do believe, there in the center.
Yep. So one other thing to kind of note is, while with powerlifting, if you try to pull it once, you don't get it. In strongman, there's sometimes a time limit for your singular
Typically, you have a
attempt.
whole minute to
Correct.
complete the lift.
So as long as you don't give up, you can keep trying to get it in certain events. That is not
I
applicable to
think
everything.
with this bar, though, however, a lot of times, if you're not going to break the floor, you're just not going to break the floor. Little wibbly wobbly, but we got spotters here to make sure our lifters are safe. Good save there by Cade. So we're going to try and take it again over here on lane one.
Okay, there we go. Now we can finally see.
Man, worked hard there on that first platform. Now we can see our third platform over here on the right. We're up
Middle
to
platform has basically been completed. So they have cleared out. The walls have left, and we have now windows.
nice looking pull there in the second lane.
Great pulls.
We're up to 5 reds.
Which that could be 0 pounds, that could be 1,000 pounds. I don't know. Kimo.
Definitely not 1,000 pounds, but
All right, over on that right platform, we are also at 5 plates and a 5.
we are using kilo plates today.
Each kilo plate is about 55 pounds if it's a red.
Something that you guys can also pay attention to if you're not watching the live stream is Iron Podium. All you have to do is go out to ironpodium.com, find the show for today. It's titled S2 Presents Kansas City Strongest Man and Woman 2025. And we'll put the points in there. We'll put how many pounds are lifted for each lift. And you'll be able to find the person that you're here to support virtually and or in person and see how they're doing throughout the day.
And that's actually one great thing that Strongman helped bring to powerlifting was an active live update. And again, it might not update immediately. It may take a few minutes, but you can at least follow along with your athletes.
We are on pen and paper, but as each event starts to finish, they will be entering the items into the system. So we're on 639 on lane 3, 440 in lane 1. Easily 6 something here in lane 2. $661 is what JP just announced. That was a nice looking second attempt. He still has one more attempt to go.
All right, on the right platform, not quite there. Good attempt on that middle platform, number dos, numero 2. I only know 2 languages, so I'm just going to keep switching back and forth between English and Spanish numbers because it's more fun that way.
Spanglish?
Spanglish. That's something outside that text.
Are you learning Spanish on Duolingo?
It's really hard to say learning on Duolingo because they don't teach you. You repeat. But I actually gained more Spanish knowledge working in the food industry than I did from Duolingo.
That's fair. Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, getting another attempt there on that first platform on the left.
Nice looking pull there on lane 1. I think we're trying to figure out what we're going to take for our next attempt here on lane 2. We've got several people still taking attempts over on lane 3.
One thing that you just noticed maybe on lane 3 is the man sniffing and coughing. That was ammonia. Ammonia slaps you in the face and makes some people a better lifter.
It's actually what people carry in the ambulance if you've passed out, and it helps you wake up.
Did you know that they stopped making the brake tabs easily accessible to the average person because there was
Because of the medical supply?
Yeah.
That makes
Great.
sense.
I mean, I never used ammonia because it didn't work for me. It just made me really annoyed. Not like time to go. It didn't hit that center of my brain. I was like, ugh.
I like ammonia when I take heavy attempts, but I've definitely had at least one hit that was way too big. It was a brand new bottle. My coach at the time shoved it in my face, and I had snot running down my throat. I had my eyeballs watering. I was wide awake, but like I couldn't really breathe. I had to blow my nose on one of my extra deadlift socks because there was nothing else to use. It created some really great photos though from that.
Probably did.
Yeah.
I mean, again, if you could see.
I mean, it was my second attempt. I was definitely not planning on taking that large of a hit of ammonia for my second attempt. And I basically did it blind. I couldn't see anything really. My contacts didn't fall out. That's all I could ask for.
I mean.
All right.
Ew. I do not miss big old hits of ammonia. Just.
So we're at
my thing.
7:05 here on this second platform.
That was about a 44-pound jump. For those of you curious, because the last one was 661. No? Yeah? Somewhere in there.
Yeah, it is 661. Per JP Price.
Per the in-person MC.
Yes. All right, let's go here in this middle. This is his third. Let's go. Big pull. Lock it out. Lock it out. Come on. Nice work. Very excited there.
Good.
Should be.
Very excited.
I don't know what weight class he's competing in, but he is not. Let's see.
I would guess middleweight. You have lightweight men, middleweight men, and heavyweight men. So again, Strongman actually didn't used to have lightweight or middleweight. It just used to be competing.
So because of the choice that he made for his deadlift, he forced his opponent, who is actively competing against here today, to lift more than him. So that way they wouldn't have to split the points if he completes this. So he's also wearing some sort of deadlift suit or squat suit. Knee sleeves. Wow. Nice. Oh. Very excited. I think it's going to be fun to watch these two compete against each other today.
Very nice. And it was actually a good call to try to force him to go heavier.
Yeah.
Than what you might have
It's
been
competitive.
And it not just forces you to be competitive, but, again, it's that strategy thing where
I'm excited to watch these two.
Yeah. And potentially trying to exhaust him for the next event.
But he called just enough that he didn't overshoot his strength or maybe potentially kill some of the energy he had. It's really kind of a game of poker when you think about it sometimes.
Somebody's going to be bluffing here, and guess what? I don't know how.
Could you call that bluff?
Yeah, just because I'm not that bright. I feel like, yeah, I'll try it. I'll jump 100 pounds to win if I have to. Like,
There we go, working hard there in lane one. Nice looking deadlift there. Oh, a little wibbly wobbly, but here's the beauty of straps.
and not just
Any
the beauty of
person would have
straps.
normally would have dropped that based on how it went up in cricket and
Well, it's not just the beauty of straps. It's showing you how you can utilize pitching and ramping
oh yeah, you just like bounce it up on your
and get centered again and go.
yeah. In the middle, you guys can see how we're utilizing our human deadlift jacks to lift that end of the bar up to get it heavier.
It's actually what we call a deadlift Patrick over there.
A deadlift Patrick.
Patrick is actually from Manhattan, Kansas, and he enjoys helping out at strong barbell events frequently. You'll see him at power. He'll drive 3 hours to just come spot a powerlifting meet and then drive back home. That's somebody who cares about the community right there.
Yeah.
All right, big deadlift right here on the middle.
All right. Lane one, we got the last deadlifter over there. That was easy in lane two.
Apparently that was too easy.
Apparently Brian speaks lifterese.
Obviously.
That's the third language Brian speaks.
Speak.
He said too easy for
He
Brian.
said too easy. What it came out as, translated, too easy.
Too easy.
You have to listen for the syllables, otherwise you're in trouble.
Yeah.
You gotta go through the mouth guard, the ammonia, the hype. It's just a thing.
It's
I'm
just
really
a
good at
thing.
it. It's why, I might be deaf, but I've gotten really good at understanding guttural noises.
Fair. Big deadlift there over on the third platform. Using a little bit of a hitch there in the middle, but not worth it. So he got like, a little lightheaded there, but like almost to like the very, very tippy top of his knees, but not quite over that like crest of his knee. like.
All right, going for 320 keys on platform number 3. I have been in exactly one squat suit in my life, and I just put it on. They are uncomfortable.
I've tried to fit into several, and I fit into one. That was too big for me, I think. But I had bruises on my legs because it was too big for me everywhere else but the thighs.
Yeah, that's. But that means it was the right size for your thighs. And
Yeah,
your
yeah,
glutes.
right. They are very supportive and they are not stretchy.
No.
They're like a really tight pair of jeans from the 90s, but like that have been dried 50 million times that you can't stretch back out.
Yeah.
With
Horrible.
like twice as thick.
Yeah. I mean, that's what the original suits were just denim.
Yeah.
Denim jackets, denim pants.
All right, we're rolling the bar here on the second lane. Timing's really important with this. Typically, you see bigger lifters potentially use this. Just couldn't get it there today. This
Yep.
bar's really hard with that slack, and if you're a roller, I think it's really hard. You can, like, if you don't have this specific implement to practice, there are things that you can do to practice the movement and how the bar is going to bend, but truthfully, it is, like, you
On
could
an
load up a
elephant bar?
kabuki bar and, like, put bumpers all the way out. Like, you can extend the bar to the
Well,
very edge.
Not just that, there's one trick that I've seen with the kabuki bar to start practicing as an elephant bar, and people will take regular collars and put them on the inside of the plate.
Right, right.
Try to get a little bit more.
Yeah,
But
so you
even
have that
then,
distance.
you're not getting the exact same amount
Uh-uh,
of bend
no.
as you do in an elephant bar, because where it really bends at the collar,
Wow.
you're just moving the weight further out to like get closer to how it feels pulling off the ground.
That was super hard. Looks like we're going up here on our third lane. All right, we got 2 lanes still going. I think we got like 1 lifter maybe on the middle since we still have weight on the bar. We're giving that lifter a attempt to rest here, and then we've got the third platform over here. Brian's got the camera adjusted here, so we got 2 cameras on that third platform now, not just 1.
2 angles to see how it really looks.
Although we've got lots of doors pulling up the.
Good news. When we come back to the log press, we'll be seeing the bar go above people's heads.
Yes,
So it'll be easier to see when they're
it will
standing in front of the bar.
exactly. All right. Wow, we're moving on that third one. That was. Nice work there on the third platform.
I don't know how to convert the kilos to kilos.
beyond my range of lifting. Holy moly. Ooh, getting some back slaps there in the middle. Wow. It is the weather is like perfect for Strongman. Nice. Nice. Look at you. I did forget about that, yeah. He's here. You are here today to tell the story.
Oh, his forearms do. There it is. Golfing.
Strategy here is that Tom is 7-0 above everybody else 793 and have to work any harder to go any further than that. So Tom is going to have to lead on that event with some smart strongman. We're going to get our kilo plates put away and then we're going to go.
And then he called it.
Right now it's 10:22. I think we'll be starting that event at about 10:35.
Hey, this is our second year doing this, Brian. We're the dream team, guys.
All right, everyone, we're going to have the video starting right now, just so we can see people get warmed up. We are working on getting as much visible as possible, but again, these lanes are extremely spread out. So we're going to do our best. If you are at SBC and looking to stay out of the sun, we highly recommend getting one of the Strong Barbell Club Strong Rally caps. Available for purchase on both the website and in person. Is that a shameless product plug for something that I helped design for the gym? Yes, yes it is. Okay, so we're about to dive into this next event. There will be 3 lanes running. We will be on this right-hand side. This is the women's lane. We'll be able to see them start with their yoke walks, and then they will do the Husafell stone carries. The athletes must bring the yoke past the black line that is on our side at the start, and then they will need to carry the Husafell stone to get their full time in. Now, this is a 1 attempt for as fast as you can, and your placement in your event determines where you start.
Correct. Lots of movement during this event.
And this is that.
It's a one and done sort of thing.
And you know what? Sometimes you get one in and you're good. Just
Right.
like you got, just like the final deadlift opener, so he didn't blow his load for the rest of the day.
Right. So you might see some people have a little bit of equipment change. People are allowed to wear like a sticky shirt, so like a shirt that has additional grip. It won't necessarily, like some of those shirts have extra sticky on the back too, so that helps you with the yoke carry, but then it also helps you with the Husafell carry too, so that way things don't move around on your chest. You'll see people throw chalk and stuff on their shirts too. But you see a lot more people wearing the grippy shirts as they've become more readily available and made more by 1 or 2 companies. So
It's kind of a really cool advancement in shirt technology.
yeah,
Because back in my day, all that we had was moisture wicking on the Lane 8 t-shirts from Kohl's right there. And then we started getting more and more fancy with them polyesters that were actually comfortable. And finally, we've got some sticky rubber on top of the shirts now. You don't see it like that no more back then.
you also notice people are wearing things on their forearms. That Husafell stone,
Sharp.
I wouldn't say it's sharp. It's not necessarily sharp, but although that one, I don't know. They kind of like dig in. So one thing that is different about strongman versus powerlifting is like completely like standardized. You have expectations for the barbells that are lifted with each lift. You have expectations for the weights. They're calibrated plates. They're calibrated. Where this is like down and dirty, like you might have a yoke that you practice with at your gym, and the yoke at the gym that you go compete at could be completely different. So we're going here in lane 1. Gucci? Not Gucci?
Not Gucci.
Cool. Wi-Fi?
Probably a combination of Wi-Fi and the fact that it's a laptop sitting in the sun.
Was your fan not plugged in?
No.
Plug your fan in. That's why you bought it last year.
Yeah.
I can get you a power cord.
No. We're gonna try it.
Whew.
Just keep talking like it's connected just in case it is.
Okay. Moving and grooving here in our first lane with our women. Cross that first lane. Now we're going to go with the Husafell on her back versus her abdomen so she can keep that down with steel weights. The original Husafell stone is actually overseas in Scotland, I believe, is where the actual Husafell stone is from. And the goal of the original Husafell stone was to carry it around in a circle. As many, and it's like, it's an age stone, and I don't know if they actually let people still carry it today, but they do keep a tracking weight, running weight of how heavy that stone itself is. Online, which is kind of cool because as the stone ages, it does lose weight because of wear and tear, just like everything else. What you guys will see here on this first lane is she had spotters on either side of her helping her. She couldn't see where she was going, and so they're essentially on either side helping guide her and help her to the finish line. Let her know when she, like, where she's at. And
That's going to take us to the open middleweight ladies and masters heavyweight, which is 380 on the yoke and 175 on the side.
all right, we're getting ready to take off on the yoke carry there on our furthest left lane. It is a tricky implement because it's very taxing on your CNS. You can do a lot of weight with it comparatively to like a squat or deadlift, but it's really hard, depending on your size, to keep it balanced. All right, go in here on our far right lane. All right, getting nice and low on that Husafell. So as low as you physically can, honestly. A lot of people will set their like chest. All right, adjusting the weights here on the yoke. Going here on the middle lane. We've got elbow sleeves on. We got 2 layers of belts, knee sleeves, some flat shoes. You name it, we're wearing it right there.
And I think I'm also verbally back. I've been here the whole time, emotionally and physically, just not verbally. So one thing that you notice is these athletes are coming in hot and heavy with these things. Husafell stones are being dropped, and according to Aaron, they're actually from Iceland,
Yes.
not Scotland.
Oh, I did say Scotland, didn't I? Iceland. Thank you.
But again,
I think the Denny stones might be
the Denny
from.
stones are, I think, Scotland.
Okay.
But it's basically, stones are very, like, old world European thing.
They're very.
Like Scandinavian, Scotland,
Yeah,
Ireland.
they're like what Strongman at its core historically was. Highland Games has kind of evolved from that a little bit too, but Highland Games has its own set of like set specific
Yeah, there's
lifts.
there's
and
pitchforks.
they're all in kilts.
Yeah,
So
and
definitely don't
Sydney
see
won't let me
anybody in
compete.
kilts.
Sydney won't let me compete because I'm not allowed to wear kilts.
Why not?
She just doesn't
You
say
got
I'm
too
not
much leg?
allowed. I'm too leggy. The height to leg ratio is off, so the kilt I want like a 5-inch inseam kilt.
These are some interesting knee sleeves. I've never seen knee sleeves like that before.
We use knee sleeves and elbow sleeves, very similar to that, for competition.
So what you'll see a lot of times with people with the Husafell is you'll see people's hands either on the outside arms or on the top. It truly depends on what works best for the lifter.
So
My shoulder mobility could not do what she's doing right now.
When I was learning how to do a yoke carry, I was taught by a world-class strongman to actually push forward on the uprights while I was walking. Push either out or forward. And unfortunately, at 5'5.5",
your wingstan's not very long.
it's my fingertips that are pushing it forward.
Yes.
But that was probably one of the things that I was better at. Now she's calling that. She was able to get the yoke walk, but she did not attempt the Husafell. She tried to go for once, but she realized that it would be better just to call right there.
Yeah.
And not risk herself. So overall, good call. And look, an intelligent way to move the Husafell stone.
Furniture dolly.
Dolly.
Work smarter, not harder, is what I always say.
True. And again, an event like this moves almost a little bit quicker than a deadlift, where there are 3 attempts.
It's also a timed event, so some of these runs might be less than a minute long.
Yeah.
Just got to cross the. Oh, he just picked it up.
He didn't even position himself properly. He is.
I mean, he's got it on his arms where he needs it.
Take a look at the far left. Cut it about halfway through. And we're going to keep adding weight to these stones. Or taking weight away. I'm not entirely sure which direction we're going right now. One thing that they've done with these yoke carries is they have written numbers on them so we can see what their yoke height is. Unlike guessing, where you're like, I really hope this is correct.
That is genius. It's like we're a powerlifting gym or something, and we've created combo racks out of combo yokes.
It's true. So the thing that takes the longest with the yoke carry is actually changing the height of the yoke itself.
Right.
Because you need to do it pretty equally, otherwise it starts to shift side to side and becomes jackknifed in there and kind of annoying to move.
So one thing that you guys will see on the far left lane that they just did is they measured the distance that the lifter went with the Husafel, so he didn't complete the whole run. So he doesn't get he gets essentially, I'm not really sure if they're timing each individual lane or the complete time, but also like a complete distance. So that way if there's another person in his weight class or his division that doesn't make it all the way, then that's how they place you. We are wibbly wobbly there in the middle lane. This is such a taxing event on your CNS.
It's not just that. If you don't get your yoke height just right, it's too tall, so you
Yeah.
have to pick it up too much. If it's too low,
Ooh.
it's not getting off the ground.
And his fingies are holding on for life there on that middle. A lot of things that you'll see with strongman versus powerlifting is grip. So while they do train a lot with straps for deadlift, it's an event like this that requires such a grip strength
It's
to
not
like
just-
keep things upright and close
It's not
to
just grip
you.
strength in your hand. It's actually like
It's forearm
compression
and
strength.
bicep and yeah.
So it's like actually almost like you're rowing that into your body and doing it statically
Right.
with that row. Now there are two different ways that people approach the yoke carry. Some of them will take larger, more exaggerated steps. And some of them will take
Small quick steps.
small, quick steps.
Your shoe choice, I think, has a lot to do with what, how well a yoke might go. Like, you don't want to wear shoes that you would wear to run a marathon or a half marathon or 5K. That would be absolutely horrendous to have all that cushion
When I was doing this
underneath you.
training, I actually used Adidas Sambas, which were a fairly popular
Ooh, we are
strongman shoe.
speedy here in the middle lane.
And he just up.
Holy moly! That was good. That was fast.
That was
You blink and you missed that whole thing.
what? I'm sorry, I blinked. I didn't see what's happening.
All right, we're going here in our women's lane. I want to say her stone is over 200 pounds. I do believe it's what they were saying. So,
And you can hear it. Dunk,
Oh, dunk, 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 dunk. Yeah.
dunk, dunk, dunk.
when I was training for strongman, I absolutely despised this event. The yoke is one thing, but that Husafel, I don't like moving with heavy things.
Static
There's a
standing.
reason I grew up in a powerlifter. Kate Proctor over here to my right, who you can't see, just stated, I can't wait till we go back inside.
World-class powerlifter.
Bodybuilder.
World-class friend. He's got windburn, sunburn, and he hasn't even been out.
Measuring distance again there over on the far left.
Used my experience as a lineman in football. You guys can't see, but I definitely don't look like a lineman who played football in high school. But I used that experience to do short, choppy steps on everything. And it worked out fairly well. I'm oddly good at strongman events. I just don't like them. Really good at it. If it is powerlifting, I'm going to go home. And I don't believe on some events, with some yoke carries, there is a drop rule.
Yes.
Where if you drop it one, you have a certain amount of drops that you're allowed to do. And if you exceed those drops, you're done. I don't believe that that is applicable today.
We are speeding here in that second. Whoa, did you see the swing at the bottom of that just now? He just manned it.
Very nice. And so one other thing that we have not pointed out is there is a Husafel spotter following along.
Yes.
If the person feels like they're going down, they will set the Husafel on the ground. And they can pick it back up and try again.
I think we're good. If I had to guess, here in lane 2, we're going to move fairly fast.
The real test of this will be how he carries the Husafel
Yeah.
style.
Ugh,
There you
that's
go.
a bummer.
So
But we're picking it back up.
one risk that you run into if you carry too fast.
Right, it's dropping it.
Yep, is that drop. So again, you could be sweaty, could slip out of your hands. All right, and this athlete on the middle platform is coming out and just wiping it off.
I don't blame him.
If I saw it fall on the ground, I'd be like, you bet I'm going to make this thing
Yeah.
as high as possible. All right.
We're flying in lane 2.
In lane 2, we have the middleweight who got first place on the deadlift.
Right.
We're up to our men's match.
Now he's got to beat the time of the previous athletes.
And honestly, on this one, again, since he got first place in the deadlift, the smart thing to do would be to complete it. And he could actually go a little bit slower than what people are thinking because of the drop on that attempt of the guy.
But that's
before
only
him.
if he's like not going to drop it.
Yeah.
That's the thing with the speed event. Like, you really don't know how time moves when you're doing these things
No.
because you don't really have time to think other than like taking steps one after another. So moving and grooving here in our far right lane.
Ooh, going with a little bit more of a wide step, more upright on that
Yeah.
middle lane.
So what he did was he kind of like, you know, when you're picking up a kid and you readjust them.
Definitely
That was fast.
That was definitely fast. And he did fall,
Yeah.
but it was right at the very end. All right, we should be wrapping up here shortly, and then we'll be transitioning back to inside. And we'll be trying a new camera configuration.
Looks like we've still got a few lifters in the third lane on the left.
I mean, I get why they call it a Husafel now. They didn't change it to Husafal.
Ooh, we're busting out the dad jokes, Brian.
I know what I'm about. Horrible jokes. All day, every day.
All right, we're going to be measuring a distance there on that first lane.
Again, just to see if there are two people in the same weight class who are close to the same distance. Yes.
Deadlifts almost 7, probably. He's strong.
Yeah. But again, there's a point in time where you learn I'm not the equipment.
Yeah.
And I'll be real, it takes a while. And then once you finally learn that lesson, you're like, oh,
He might have
that's
just learned that lesson. He's looking at his forearms.
yeah.
I'd like to reiterate that that was the heavyweight Husafel too. So
You
not
only did
like
half the distance, so like it doesn't
right.
really count.
That's fair, I guess.
It doesn't count. I could do that.
You could
if it
totally
was
do it,
lighter.
Brian. It's probably more weight than you weigh. It is
Uh,
probably definitely more weight than
It's,
you.
if it's 250, it is at least 70 pounds more than I am. If I picked that up, that would be uncomfortable. They didn't put foam pads in these things.
I know.
Stones.
Mm-hmm. Stones.
But we are slowly pedaling our way through.
Yeah, as you can tell, the pure volume of people that are still out here has greatly decreased.
Dig. Dig, dig, dig. Drive, drive, drive. Move those feet. I believe he also trains at a Strong Barbell
Yes,
Club.
that is correct.
I got it.
I'm not laughing at Cade, but I'm laughing at Cade. We are moving fast in that first one on the left.
Now, technically, the lifters are supposed to set down the Husafell stone as gently as possible.
Yeah,
Uh,
I believe they are. There's just enough inertia and weight. That, like,
They're doing their best. I'll give it to them. I like his hat. Very short and choppy steps. He's also got really long arms.
he does. So he's able to grip it so much lower. Log, yeah. That grit. Great work there.
He was like, he could have wrapped his arms around the whole thing and just
I
hugged it.
know.
All right, so we have one more at this weight. All right, lane 3 is done. I believe we just have one more person left in this first lane. And then we will be making that transition back inside into the nice, clear, calm, controlled.
Definitely not a competitor in that far left lane. He
You mean the wall?
The wall, yeah, good old Devontae. Devontae is training for his first powerlifting meet this summer. It's going to be a really exciting time to watch Devontae. His prep is already going really well. As long as he's and injury-free, I mean, you see how a man walks.
He's got the waddle.
He's built like a brick wall.
It's true.
He's very strong. If he doesn't lift 1,000 pounds or squat 1,000 pounds, he'll be damn near close to it. It's pretty impressive.
If he outbenches his deadlift, Tyler's never going to let him live it down.
No,
though.
he's not. Hey, buddy just pulled like 700 the other day. He's crazy. And he's just all about like lifting for fun, like trying to make sure that other people are lifted up.
Okay, so one competitor left in this first lane. I'm definitely going to have a tan after today. Yeah, this is much nicer than it was last year. Not
Yeah.
nearly as much wind.
Last year it was very windy. Man, he is moving pretty fast. I don't know how much weight is in that Husafel over there, but
They learned their lesson. They started putting two drop pads down.
yeah.
And they're actually utilizing AbMat.
One of our sponsors for our show today.
What?
So the men's super heavyweight is a 300-pound Husafel.
Just light. Nice little lightweight. Ain't much to that.
That's a lot of weight
I
on the
can
front
curl
of
that
your
with one
body.
arm, for sure.
The 300-pound Husafel and a 700-pound yoke.
Yeah, all easy, right? Once you're done with the yoke, like the Husfel's easy. It's
Brian,
like
you're going to carry it
700
all in by yourself, right?
Yeah, like at the same time. I would
Yeah.
carry all of the
You'll
weight
carry
down.
the Husafel and the yoke.
I'll have the yoke just balanced on my back and just the Husafel just in my hand like it's a grocery. And I'm shopping at a grocery store with a box. Yeah. Matt keeps getting injured. All right, this is the last competitor in lane 1.
Quick short steps there. I bet we're going to move fast over here on the far left. He was fast with his deadlifts. Good
Daniel's
pick there on the Husafel.
And Daniel's being consistent in lane 1.
Nice work there here on the far right.
All right, done and done, I believe. I think we got one more competitor left in the far left lane, and then we'll be moving inside.
So we have 5 events, Brian. We've almost completed 2. We forgot about the hold. for time. That's like a true test of
Fortitude.
sure. I think I like for me timed events like that where you're like sitting holding something like a plank or holding a frame or farmer's hold like we're doing today. It's it's really a mental game of like just pushing through all of it, but then also like I know it's a really long amount of time
Depends on how good you are.
and how good your brain is, I think.
If you can just turn your brain off, golden.
But I can't turn my brain off. My brain goes too fast. That's the problem.
You have a speedy brain.
I have a speedy brain.
I have fast brain.
I have fast brain. We're moving pretty fast over here in the far left lane. Nice work, quick feet. That was a nice clean drop too.
Speaking of holds, one thing that powerlifters used to do very religiously to prep for heavy squats was heavy holds.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Ooh, he's stuck with it. Ooh, ooh. Oh, man.
Interesting they decided to continue using the belt.
Yeah. There you go.
All
We've
right.
gotten really smart on that far left lane with those two mats.
I lied. There might be one more competitor.
Oh, there are at least one more. Yeah.
That's what I said earlier. At least one more competitor.
At
I
least
definitely
one
didn't
more.
Emotionally commit to one.
One thing it is important for our lifters to do today is hydrate. And you know how you can hydrate and stay hydrated?
By drinking Gatorade?
Element.
Oh, really? What's Element?
It's a nice supplement that is loaded with sodium to help you retain the water that you might be sweating out today. And so you can stay hydrated. It's got lots of electrolytes in there, and they've got flavors. And conveniently, they're one of our sponsors today.
Oh, my gosh. Pocket sports drinks. What do they think of?
One of these
these?
days, Brian and I are going to have a front-facing camera. And y'all are going to get to see our beautiful faces and our reactions to each other and the things that we say to each other.
I'm going to be real. That's going to be risky. Because I'm a very
Man,
expressive person.
the way that they lift that Husafel is just incredible.
It also helps when you're,
Oh, that was not very nice.
Yeah, I kind of threw that one.
Yeah,
instead
that
of setting
was-
it down. All right. I think we're Gucci. We're going to head inside, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Sorry, not moving, but also we move like 4 minutes away.
All right. We are starting over here on lane 1. So this event is the log clean and press. Lifters will have to get a down command to complete the lift.
Talk more when we're between.
The lift consists of a clean and a press. This implement is a little bit different because it is quite literally a log. At bigger strongman events, say the Arnold, for example, they actually use what looks like a physical log, and it's huge and massive and gnarly.
It's absolutely insane.
Super heavy.
That's why they call it
saying
the
that
Austrian oak.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh. Good
All right.
lift there in first lane.
So the other thing to think about with these events, the lifters will be given down commands once they fully lock out. Now, if
Correct.
they have something limiting their ability to lock out, they need to tell the judge prior. It's like, hey, my elbow can't fully extend.
My arms are 2 different lanes.
Yeah, just something where, you know, if you tell the judge, it will be good.
And this is also a max attempt event today. So once again, the log will essentially only go up. It will not go down at all.
No. The only thing that it will do is go up.
Go up.
And up, literally.
And then eventually back down. But
I'd like to see a max tricep press event.
what?
A max dip event where you have to press the weight
Well,
down.
you've seen that some powerlifting federations actually have a max curl.
NASA.
Like a strict curl. It's not just them. I think somebody else has a strict curl now, too.
Oh, it was 100% raw.
Yeah.
100% raw.
I was going to say.
They also had a rep competition at the end of the competition when I competed. Yeah. That was the face that I made, Christy.
We've also got S2 over there. We've got our refueling station. Athletes, there's free food and drink over there for you all day. Take advantage of that.
One thing that you will notice between the middle lane here and the far left lane is we are using a different size log or a diameter log for women and for men.
Correct.
That's standard to national level competitions. We're all built different.
Built different. Some of us, like me, built wrong.
And so what you'll see a lot of people do is they'll have the log slightly tilted forward to where you can see the openings on the front. That allows the clean to be a little bit easier.
Just a reminder to our lifters, we have to remind ourselves it's not one of our athletes. Don't toss the equipment around. Put them down.
Good pop. So lifters do have a whole minute. And essentially 2 attempts
Yep.
at a lift. So we're lapping the log on the first left lane, rolling it up to get it up on the chest and the clean.
Sometimes the hardest part about the press is the clean. But again, you'll notice that a lot of these competitors are still wearing their grip shirts
Yes.
to help keep the log rolling on their chest so it doesn't
Well,
roll back
and
down.
in place between the clean and the actual press itself. Some people on the press choose to do like a push press. Some people end up doing a strict press just because that's how they end up doing it. You know, some people do like a split jerk or an actual jerk.
Well, that's because they're a jerk.
And jerks. You might also see some lifters in a heeled shoe, just to help them a little bit, put them in a different position. A lot of people, if they do those Olympic style, put them in a little bit of a different position. Some people just prefer flats. Good lift there on the second. See how
Heavy
we're
stuff
going.
right there.
Lock those elbows. There we go. Good log there on the third lane. Nice work there in the first one.
Gritty lift. Nice lift there.
So on the clean, it's really important for lifters to be fast with the clean and on that roll and to keep those elbows high. It's
Correct.
essentially just like a barbell clean,
Yeah.
but it is bigger and trickier.
And your hands are in just a slightly different position, so they're neutral as opposed to palms facing away from you.
Correct.
So when you get in underneath, you can get those hands kind of positioned properly. And one thing that is not always allowed in certain things, but you can also, especially since your hands on the inside, rearrange your hands to get into a better
You
pressing
can.
position than you can in the clean position.
So see how fast that roll was. And some people will take a longer time. Some people even rebrace after they've completed that clean. For me, that is really lightheaded feeling. It's a lot of weight on your chest. You've got a lot of vasculature on your chest. So you'll see people get lightheaded too. Because your
Yeah.
neck's pushed back too.
I was okay at log pressing. I only hit myself in the face twice. Because you don't realize how big the log is until you try to press it. And I've tried to press the log that is in lane number 2. It's on the right-hand side of your screen. I've tried to press that one. It's not fun. But it is a good time.
Yeah, so our judges are really looking on that press to make sure that the elbows are both locked out at the top. And then they'll give that down command. Elbows are locked, lifter is stable. Pushing that head through. There we go. Good. Nice work there on that first lane.
Put a feather on that one. So
I
you might not
know.
get up.
One of the things that you will see a lot of times lifters are cued, or a cue that works really well is pushing your head through. And that's with any overhead press. But even more so with log, because you're already, when you roll this log up under your chest, your head is further back than it is with a barbell, a log, really anything else other than maybe a keg.
And like you're leaning back such a ridiculous distance. Now we do actually have a state record attempt here on platform number 2. It's middle right-hand platform. Again, look for the orange flag and it will let you know when that is happening.
Good lift there by Heidi over there. Got a state record attempt. That was fast. That was a nice looking log there in the center.
Easy money.
Easy, easy money.
Ian in his bright green and black
I
shoes.
know, those are flashy. I believe that was just a
easy.
warm-up attempt.
Something to get on the board.
I don't think it was an attempt because it wasn't like with the judge. I think it was just a
Oh,
warm-up.
I didn't even see.
I think he just hopped in for a warm-up real fast to stay warm because it's going to be a minute.
It's going to be a hot minute.
Down there in lane 3, they're at 250 about to go up.
Got a 250-pound attempt on the third lane.
Over on lane 1, the bar's going to move up. You'll notice some of our lifters are trying to lift more than once. That's because they get a minute to complete their lift. So they get a couple chances at it. If they don't get it right away, they can still keep working on it. This is super easy for Heidi. Everybody can move.
Nice work there for Heidi in that first lane.
Go 150.
Oh, started to fall back there on platform 2, lane 2.
Oh.
All right, on lane 1, we have a state record attempt.
It's initiated a race to
All right, so over on the left side of the screen, we have a state record attempt here for Danielle. Well, that was easy.
Just flung that up.
Yeah. Another thing to point out with that specifically is the difference between this and weightlifting. So, like weightlifting, you're not allowed to press out things.
Nope.
You can't let your elbow unlock and relock. And
This one, as long as you get it
as
up, they
long
don't
as
really
you get
care.
it up, it doesn't matter. So she secured that state record here for her.
Could be age division, could be weight division.
Come on. Lock it out. Lock it out. There you go.
That was the head shake of, that felt a little heavier than it should have.
There we go.
There it
we
is.
see our split jerk we were talking about.
lane 2. Nice work.
It always looks so fun to see that at an event like this.
Slap.
Slap.
I mean, again, what sound does it make? The slappy boy sound.
Slappy.
Slap.
235 over on lane 2. Ashley in lane 1 on her third attempt here. 235 on the bar here.
Nice work over there on that first lane. 145 pounds there for her.
235. That was a 150.
There is almost no way to attach to some of these bars. It's just moving too quick, too fast. Now you can't see platform number 3 because our head judge just
He
is
makes
not
a
standing
great
in
door.
place.
Oh, there we
Sully,
go.
on his road to 275. It's a much less door than he used to be.
Yes. Oh. I believe everybody's okay.
And that's why you're careful. If you don't control it, it can fall behind you.
Right.
I believe that due to equipment malfunction, they're going to give him...
No, he gets a whole minute.
Yeah.
All right, now let's keep his center of balance here. Little pop. Nope. Just
All
not
right.
quite there today. Pop on that first lane. Come on, lock it out. Stick with it. Get your balance there. There. Good lift there.
Over in lane 3, we're at 270.
Lots of grit. All right. All right, we've got a state record attempt here on our middle lane.
All right, you're going to come back and try that one for a second attempt really quick?
Really
Nope,
good
not
solid
going to go for it a
attempt
third
there.
time. He might have had the actual time, but he was like, it
He
wasn't
called
there.
it, yeah.
Nope. We can almost see what's happening on platform 3 again. I'm going to get a Nerf gun and just start shooting at people. Move.
That's Williams over there.
Nice work there. That was another state record attempt there. Oh,
All right, state record attempt on platform 1, as Chrissy was just saying.
If you see Maya going back and forth to our platforms here, she's the state representative for Kansas, so she's helping us verify our record attempts here.
nice work there on that first lane.
As you get finished with your lane, if you are done competing, then leave your lane.
Push all the way. Oh,
Ah.
Close in lane 2.
Going to try to go for it another time.
man, we got quite the spotting crew in lane 3 over there. We've got some 3 big boys over there.
So event 4 is Farmers Holds.
Yes.
And then event 5 is the Showstopper Stone Over
Stones.
Bar. They got the stones.
The stones.
All right, Ian on platform number 2.
Nice looking clean. Well, that was kind of fun. Both lift good there in 1 and 2. And a good lift over there in lane 3 as well. Oh, put that head through.
Not quite. You're going to go for it another time.
There we go. Nice clean. Nice. Yeah, once he could get that head pushed through, he was good to go there.
All right. Another state record attempt to reset the state record that was just set.
Head through, head through. Oh, lost our balance. Oh, okay. We're going to reset probably and take it again. That's a nice clean there. Push his head through. Man,
Got
he
it
fought
on
for that. That
one.
was a good fight. That's good.
Very nice. And again, if you look, he dipped down to try to get it further up,
Uh-huh.
too.
If you could see that edge of the log ever so slightly, that was a good lift over there on our second screen.
We promise we're trying to make it better and better each time. We got closer, at least. We're going to have a discussion with the judge on lane 3 and threaten Sully with a good time.
Oh,
Oh, interesting.
yeah.
The clean was easy. Just couldn't quite get it all the way locked down.
It was like he misgrooved it or something. Good lift there.
Not quite there on platform number 1. Going for one more.
Another state record there on this first one. Not quite there.
All right, much cleaner attempt on that second one.
Not as like a log there on that third lane.
I might be able to do the empty bar.
Good looking log
One thing
there.
that we have not, that we've mentioned before is, well, you can use straps for almost everything. You can't necessarily use straps for the upcoming event because that would just be stupid.
That is fair. The upcoming event is purely a grip event. A grip and patience.
Whew, I'm loving these big fans.
I know, it's nice.
Got to be careful of how, because their actual name is something very different. And you can see JP just casually carrying around a log.
I know. Man, that log is heavy on that third lane. I don't know
Good
how much
job,
that
Ian.
is. Oh, nice work.
All right, putting 300 on that log over there.
Woo-wee.
I believe gym owner JP Price actually almost pressed 400.
Something along those lines, I do believe. Yeah.
We are at 255 and 92. And we're starting with the guys in this group. I believe we've got Masters Lightweight, team out there here. And we've got Alice Menzel. We're going to start their log off at 103 pounds.
All right, we're up to 300 pounds on the log over here on the
Yeah,
far right.
that's some nutty weight.
A lot of weight to press over your head.
It is.
That was nice looking clean, though.
I just wanted to double check. Yes, JP Price did do 400 pounds. for
Holy
a log clean and
moly.
press. All right, not going to go for it. We moved on to, I believe, the junior lightweight men.
Here at Strong Barbell Club, we kind of cater to strongman, heavy weightlifting, and powerlifting. Lake students in the area, if they say they have powerlifting.
All right, we got Ian getting a back slap there in our middle lane.
$265 in the middle lane for Ian.
Oh, a little lightheaded there. Good effort.
We go to our team here. 130.
I think we have a magnet on our second camera between our head wrap and our camera.
Okay, there's 300 pounds on there. I tried to move the camera 2 feet. We're going to paint a box around Sully's feet. Everyone's like, oh my God, he's joking. No, I'm not. I'm going to get some duct tape.
Walking out there on that far left lane. Nice clean. Wow, holy moly, that was an easy log press in that third.
And then there's your husband just trying to casually pick it up. Shake it a little bit.
Nice deep squat there for the clean. That was clean. Split jerk, man, he makes that look easy.
And again,
265 in the middle lane.
we'll see if he goes up or if he stays there. Okay. So he's going to see what his competitor does before he makes a call.
Right. Really impressive log over there. But nice clean there in the second.
Going for one more attempt on lane 3 over there that you can kind of see out of the corner of Sully's elbow. This is the game of increasing weights.
Yes.
Here, going to 285.
Not quite there. Made the call on that one.
Kyler's back is going to be sore rowing that each time they move it. Spotting and loading is really a workout, truly. But we wouldn't be able to run events like this without them.
Correct.
And so we are really thankful for everybody that came out and helped out today. All right, we got a couple of big logs here. At the right of your screen. This will secure him. Good work
All right,
there.
I think we're about to try to up the ante. And we will see. It looks like this middle log might be done. We still have lane 3 and lane 1 functioning, and then we'll take a few minute break to get set up for the static holds. While we're doing that, please enjoy some refreshments.
Maybe get something for lunch real fast.
I'm going to have pretzels and wafer cookies
Woo!
because it fits in my macros.
Nice.
And a burger patty.
And a burger patty?
It's 93.7.
Okay. Nice clean there over on that first lane. Pushing the head through. Lock those elbows out. There we go. He's got some long arms to lock out over there.
Very true.
Whew. All right, we're up over 300 pounds on this far right lane, or the extra screen down at the bottom here.
Christy, I've got some bad news for you.
What?
Even though we were only outside for 15 minutes and I put sunscreen on, take a look at my left shoulder. Compared to my right shoulder.
You're fine. It didn't go away very fast.
Yeah. Still burnt. It'll be fine. Slightly more pink. One shoulder looks like it's medium rare. The other shoulder looks like it's uncooked. I'm just built different when it comes to sunscreen. All right, 300 pounds on the right-hand lane.
We got 330 pounds here. Going
All
up
right,
to
moving
340.
340.
We're sitting there for that clean. Nice elbow position there on that lane. Push that. Oh,
340 is a big attempt.
it is a big attempt. It's a lot of weight on your body just to like
Compressing you down.
sit
from
there,
your
right?
shoulders.
These last few athletes that are going here, big weight on the bar.
Nice clean over here in lane 1. All right. I believe the bar is now 350.
I believe it is 350. I don't know about 350.
He's large. The lifter.
That's a tall guy.
Yeah, like if you compare him like to Tyler and Devontae that are standing right next, that'll be standing right next to him here in a minute. All right, one more lifter here. All right, keep that tight. Oh, nice clean there.
Yeah.
Name a better spotting crew. For log. I know a better, like, they're pretty good though.
Tom.
Tom. Ooh, Tom would be good.
Tom in the back. 'Cause
Yeah.
He just put his hand on top of it
Yeah.
and just stop. Yeah, I'd move Tyler to the side where Xavier's at.
Yeah,
And put Tom in the back.
that's fair. That is fair. But Tom is not here.
No, he's 6'5", 6'6".
Yeah, he's tall.
I mean, you could say Brad, the massage therapist, who's 7'1", but he's not very.
He's not built like Tom.
No, not built like Tom.
All right, let's get this over here on lane 1. Nice clean. Head through, lock it out. Nice lift.
We got Big Tom up on lane 3.
Oh, Big Tom.
See, Tom would have
Big
worked.
Tom.
Not this Tom. Another Tom.
Another Tom. But this Tom would be good too, probably in the back.
I mean, the only thing that would suck is he's lifting, so like you gotta
Yeah.
give him a break. Maybe a forklift would be a better spot.
Ta-da! You guys aren't here in the pleasure of seeing this adorable little dog, but here in the crowd today, there is a little Chihuahua in like a pink blanket. It's like a white little princess Chihuahua dog in a pink blanket, and it looks so cuddly and comfy and cute. Once again, front-facing camera would be great. You guys missed Brian's faces.
Yeah, because I agreed with it
He's
being
holding
cute.
it like a BB. All right, getting ready to go here on lane 1. You can really see how much that grip shirt really clings onto that log and helps the log stay close to the lifter.
Rolls up.
And it's not grippy. For those that aren't like familiar with these sort of shirts, it's not necessarily like it's not sticky, but it's grippy. I think that's the best way to describe it. Like, it's almost like a silicone type coating.
Like it's a rubberized silicone where
Right.
basically it's imprinted on the shirt.
One more go. Let's go. Get behind him.
We got 200 pounds on the far left.
And that is a
A
state
lot of
record
weight
that
over on the other
Mai
one.
is standing in front of. They got to wave the orange flag. Everyone's safe. Everyone's fine.
Everyone's good.
He's going to try to go for it one more time.
He is going to go for it again.
Yep, so it does look, I wasn't 100%
Going
sure.
again here.
Trying to finish
Clean there.
Not quite there.
Good lift there on the first lane.
It's hard to remember that we're talking about 3 different platforms, so sometimes when we say it's not there, but another platform gets it, and it's there. The question is, all right, lane 1. All right, last few attempts coming up right now.
Trying to get stable with that log there. State record attempt over here on our extra screen down there. In our lane 3. This guy is going to take it again. 370 pounds over there on that
It's a
extra.
big weight over there.
That is a lot of weight.
Getting one more attempt. And so I was right. It does look like if they're resetting the platform, they do pause the timer for the lifter.
That makes sense.
Because if there's an equipment malfunction and they have to reset it, it's not fair.
No. All right, let's get behind our log here. Nice clean.
Nope, calling it right
Just not there today. All right, folks, time to go grab another drink.
Yep,
Grab
snacks.
some grub.
Yes.
And then we'll be back at 1 o'clock,
1
I do
o'clock.
believe, for farmers holds.
And welcome back, everybody. We are starting on lane 1 with Heidi. This is the farmer's hold for time.
So everybody has the same weight that's within the same age division, weight division, that sort of thing. But it's all based on how long you can hold the weight.
Yep.
The timer does not start until you're completely locked out at the top.
Correct. I'm not entirely sure. Christy, you might be able to answer this question for me. When the lifter is able to, like, when does the timer stop? When it hits the ground or when they start rounding?
When it hits the ground.
Okay. Heidi's still holding. I know you guys can't see it very well, but she's still there.
There we go. I'd compare this to a plank hold. You have to really just hold it, kind of go into a different zone.
It's uncontested, so making me laugh is not a real worry of mine. Or Mike's, for that matter. Good job, Heidi.
Nice job for Heidi.
All right.
Okay. Mm. Uh. All right, we're holding down here on your exit train. So we're running 3 lanes of holds here. Woo.
Yeah, long holds, you get lightheaded, your forearms get crampy.
Ellen, you look beautiful on live stream. Nice and focused there on lane 1. I know I said this earlier today, but my biggest struggle with an event like this wouldn't necessarily be like patience with my grip strength or holding it. It would be patience with the lift in general and like
Just getting
actually
bored.
wait. Yeah.
Yeah. Again, if you
As
zone
crappy
out,
as that sounds, like I really don't think I could like a minute's a really long time. Like I'd have to watch a YouTube video or something while I'm doing it, or
Take
sing
a
some
nap.
songs in my head. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I practice for this in everyday life, you know? When I carry groceries to and from the car.
Yeah, but you're moving. Your brain's doing something if you're walking. You're not standing there holding something. But this is great training for making sure you can get all your groceries in on one trip. No. Nice long hold there in our second lane. Ooh, his hands must be hurting. You can see it in his face. Like your hands just like.
Your hands start to curl up.
Right. Against forearms and fingers and. I can't tell if you can hear it, but everybody's rooting everybody on here, and it's really quite cool. You can't see a whole lot, but you might be able to hear a whole lot.
Yep.
Nice work there on our third lane. Nice work there.
And sometimes the hardest part about this one is just
We're really breathing through it over here, really focusing on this first lane on the left. Man, she's really going.
I'm trying to get rid of it.
Woo, nice work
Head
there.
spiders. Woo. Thank you. Nearly got attacked by a spider there, Christy.
Oh no.
I know.
Man, we got all three lifters here going to a place of zen. It's quite the different event. Yeah.
Much more relaxed.
Yeah, I mean, you have to be. Oh, those fingers just gave out, man.
Yeah.
You know that people are really giving it all when they drop the implement like that.
Yeah, like when your hand just
You,
forces
it
itself
just
open.
it just falls out of your hands because you've got so much fatigue in your hands. Now imagine doing like, so you do this, and then imagine doing something like a deadlift without straps or something like that after this.
That would be horrible.
Yeah. Next event is Stone Over the Bar. Um, it is a very strength-based lift. This is very much so strength, but also grit, really.
True grit.
Yeah. She's doing a really good job over there on that first lane. All right, we got Bryce in the middle lane. Each of these implements today are loaded based off of their age division as well as their weight class and competitive level too, because we do have a novice division with different weight classes as well today. Woo!
Now you'll actually notice a few of the lifters doing a couple different kinds of holds with their hands. Heidi actually did a hollow hold where her thumb was wrapped around the underside of the bar instead of around the bar. Some of these lifters are actually doing just like a full grip.
Uh-huh.
It comes down to technique and what you're comfortable doing.
Correct.
So polite. Apologize for dropping
I
it.
know, that's so nice. In an event like this, you can't really help yourself.
Oh yeah.
They are doing a good job of cleaning the handles in between lifters too, because some lifters are really caking on that chalk. I watched somebody like have like almost a whole palm full, and he was like applying it to the. I don't know. In a situation like that, that's too much.
Not just
You
that,
can
but you have
get
to think-
slimy and like.
Well, not just slimy, but what you're doing when you pack the chalk onto a knurled handle, because I believe these are knurled handles.
They are knurled handles.
Is you're actually filling in the peaks and valleys and making it flat and
It's
smooth.
smoother, so it's hard. Really going to our happy place over there in that first lane.
I don't know if that's a happy place or just a determined place.
Or just a place.
They're in a place.
This is really a mind over matter sort of situation.
Yeah. And my mind don't matter.
We got a T over here in lane 1. Looks like we've got our heavyweight novice over there in lane 2 right now. And our heavyweights in general over on lane 3.
So some of these strongmen are actually using traditional powder chalk. Some of them are using liquid chalk.
I like liquid chalk. Do you like liquid chalk?
I'm 50-50 on it. I haven't used it in long enough, and I don't use chalk anymore.
Fair.
because I'm a superior being.
It's kind of nice because you don't have to reapply, but every few times.
Yeah, but
And
my
it's
thing is,
alcohol based, so like
I like the tradition of like
you like the
I
applying
like
of
the
it.
applying it between everything. To me, it's part of my routine of lifting. All right, lane one is still holding solid. Hard to tell between everybody. Starting to roll forward on platform one, lane one. Okay, now we can see platform one.
Yeah.
And an eighth of platform two.
We've got a Goku hat on in lane 3 over here.
From Walmart, I asked.
Oh,
I
really?
asked earlier. Bought a few years ago.
Oh, really?
Yes. He just hardly wears it because he used to have a big old head of hair.
Oh, interesting.
I know.
You also used to have a big old head of hair.
I used to have a big old head of hair. Now I don't have a big old head of hair. Wearing some Reebok high tops. Interesting that we're getting some very like weird knee bracers on one of the athletes over there. It's actually on lane 3. The guy right behind Tyler.
Oh.
I believe that's
Oh,
for,
they're
knee-
like for
yeah,
the like your patella.
Yeah. A little bit of tendonitis helps
Yeah.
right there. Now the fun thing is, Christy knows a lot about medicine. You know, once or twice.
I went to nursing school.
You know, knows a few things. I was a personal trainer for 5 years. So we actually have a solid background on the physicality behind what things are doing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Nice work there. There we go.
All right, got it up. That's
Yeah.
better than not getting it up at all.
It's better than 0 in the event.
Yes.
So if he wasn't able to even get it up, then he would have received a 0 for the event versus even just 1 or 2 points.
And every point counts.
Every point does count. I guess it's not allowed, but we've got headphones on the first run. If it's not in the like instruction rules, then and they're very obvious headphones. It's not like they're secretive.
I mean, yeah. It's not,
They're over the yeah, they're over the ear. That is a good tactic. That would help me. They could just be noise canceling and not playing music at all either, like just to tune out all of the. Brian just gave me a look. Once again, front facing camera.
this is why we don't have front facing cameras.
No.
Christy, I would do. I would choose front facing cameras if I didn't make so many faces.
Oh man, so
Because
I
there's
only.
sometimes that I just can't control the face that I make.
So true. Really stable over here in our second lane. See a lot of people closing their eyes. It's almost, you almost have to be meditative.
I can't tell what's redder on platform 3. Who sleeves the face of the hair?
Or the knee sleeves of the belt. Nice work there.
It's definitely that right sock. All right, just going back in. Scrub a dubbing these down.
Over there in lane 2, 55, and then over there we got
So sounds like for the announcer here, we've got 310 in each hand on our extra monitor on your left of the screen and 250 each hand
220 on the first lane.
and 250 in the second lane.
Correct.
Both lifters are getting nice and focused here. Ouch.
somebody go outside, somebody on this side. So that you over there looking like no boy.
You guys can't hear it, but JP can see my sunburn distance.
I don't think it's that bad, but from one pale person to another, you could be a lot worse.
It could be a lot. Again, I still have the suntan line from 9 months ago. Third
Nice.
worst burn of my life.
Deadlift over there in that first lane.
Casually picking up, 400 plus pounds in his hands.
Yeah. One thing that's different about this event is how quiet it gets in between, like, lifts. Like, it's just very interesting.
It's
It's
like
different.
bench
Yeah, it is like
for
bench.
powerlifting.
Yeah,
There's not a lot of excitement going on. This is,
but it's very fascinating to watch.
it is. It's very zen.
And then it starts to get loud once you get to this point where you can notice the fatigue starting to set in. Oh, woo. Wow. So you can watch their hands.
Yes.
You can watch his hands just open.
Forced open.
Tyler in lane 1, Justin Floyd in lane 2. We got a close race here.
Really patient. This is going to be a big event for Justin in lane 2 because he needs to win this event. Because he's gotten second in the first two.
I believe so.
It's been a tight race for this men's middleweight. Middleweight is very competitive.
There actually used to be somebody who trained out of Strong Barbell Club who was one of the world's best middleweights.
He's a dentist.
He is a dentist. Not a dental student anymore.
No, I miss Mason.
We got the talk to yourself strategy.
Man, he's focused. You can see his forearms working really hard. Hold. Oh, ooh, man, those pinkies. He did it. He gave it his best. Dang. 1 minute,
Very
22
nice
seconds there
hold
for
on that
Justin.
one.
So that is the time to beat here for the next athlete.
The final athlete.
The final athlete.
I believe we are almost done with this event in under 40 minutes.
Wowee. It's like the weights don't move a whole lot.
Weird. That's strange. We discussed Adam in a little bit. The two middleweights seem to know each other pretty well.
Yeah.
Friendly competition going on.
It's really fun when you have somebody to compete against you like that. That it's the same, level. Keeps you competitive.
So one
Challenges you.
So there's one thing about this event that I think is going to be very interesting in the stones, and it's the fact that you are giving your lower back and your upper back
And your legs and your hips. That
a pretty solid workout.
stones are no joke, man.
Marshall is 122 the time to beat here for the little class. 122 is the time to beat. Going into this event up by 3 points.
All right. So he has to beat 122 here. He is up by 3 points.
And so the one thing that is really set them apart in points was event number 2 with the Husafel stone.
Yeah.
That drop was detrimental.
Yeah.
But let's see if we can get close.
Let's go.
And you guys can't see it, but Justin's actually
He's
yelling at him
vibrating.
too.
75.
56.97.
Well placed at that division. Second, so he only loses 1 point on that event. So you go up 2 points in the stones. All right, up by 2 points going into the stones. What a race!
All right, so it is a 2-point difference between first and second place. All right, we're going to be moving on to stones, and we will see you guys at the next event here in a few minutes. We're going to be doing the pause thing on this.
Yes.
Thank you to our spotters and others who are volunteering their time today.
All right, getting started here on stone over the bar. This is a different type of stone event. Very interesting. Let me read the rules here, because it's not just necessarily a list of weights that they're working up. It's actually like a scoring type event. So the athletes have a choice of two different stones, a lighter stone and a heavier stone. The heavy stone is actually worth 10 points, and the lighter stone is worth 1 point. Essentially, the closest you get to the highest score you get is the best.
Correct. Now there are some interesting strategies that you can do. You are allowed to switch between stones. So you could go and get 1 rep with the light stone just to get on the board. And then from there, you can go on attempts for the
Yeah.
So get behind Rachel here. She already hit the 4-5. 25-pound stone to 40 inches for Rachel. So barbell. I think we got 250 on that stone going. 300 on that three right now.
All right, everyone. We're trying to do our best with what we have access to, and could be worse. Ish. So stones are happening, but they keep moving positions as to where they are, and the crowd keeps getting in the way. It's as extended as it will go, yes.
Yeah. What you guys can't see because we don't have a front facing camera is Brian being a cameraman over here holding our tripod up to the sky so we can at least see a little bit of action here. We've got our heavyweight and our middleweight stones going over here in front of us. We've got our women's stones over to the right. You can see the amount of people we have here today supporting everybody, people they love, people they're here to support.
You know what they say, we improvise, adapt, and overcome. We'll try something. All right, there we go.
That is a large stone over there.
Looking good. What these lifters are trying to do is they're lifting that stone off the ground as much in the center of gravity as possible, and then they're putting it to their knees. That's called locking the stone. And then you'll notice they put their arms over the top of it. They've got all that sticky stuff on their arms. Well, what they're trying to do is put over the top of the stone so they can squeeze their glutes and push with their biggest muscles in their hips to get that stone over the bar and get extended. Let's go, Brandon. There you go, buddy. There you go, Brandon. Over the top of the stone. There you go.
Woo!
Brandon, get another one. Get a little closer. There you go. You should almost hit your head, just like that. There we go. We got our men's middleweights going over here. That's the open middleweight class going on now. Let's see what kind of stones we're using.
250 stone right here on the front.
Good job, Beanie. Way to leave it out there, Brandon.
350, I believe, over there.
For our lightweight in this class, we've got 205 and 225 for our stone weights.
Man, these are big stones.
Massive stones.
There we go. That 205 stone going over on lane one.
250 or 205 pounds over on lane 1. 250 on lane 2.
All right, there we go, lane two. Lane three, our big old heavyweights are over here working on this speed limit restarting.
I believe we've got a 300 stone right now.
That's right. At his height, he might be able to dunk it. At her height, Heidi might be able to walk under it. There we go.
So there is some technique to actually lifting the stone. You want to get your arms almost at the middle of the stone. Some stones are perfectly round, and other stones like these kind of have like a flat spot on them. Sometimes stones start on a little ring whenever you pick them up. But most people do choose to use tacky because it keeps the stone close to you and on you, and
It just
it helps you grip. It really does. It sticks you to the stone. It's a very impressive product, honestly. It can leave a big mess, though, which is why a lot of people sometimes don't use it. And notice we are outside using the product. We are not inside. But baby oil actually takes tacky off of your arms.
Huh.
Yeah. But you'd be surprised how much more you can lift with a stone with tacky versus without tacky.
That extra grip really helps.
Yeah.
Time to not use my.
There we go. We're still rolling in lane one with our novice lightweight men, lane two with our open middleweight men, lane three with our super heavies.
All right, going again over here on our lane one with our novice men. So there's several different components to this stone over the bar. Just picking the stone, so you have to pick the stone off the ground. No, you have to lap it. You missed the lap part. So you pick the stone up, you lap it, and so then you reposition your arms. And so you go from this like around the stone to up and over the stone. And then you use your hip, your triple extension to get it up and over. It takes a lot of practice, a lot of work. You don't have to technically do it that way. Some people don't lap it. If it's not super heavy for them, the individual, they don't necessarily need to lap it. They can just muscle it up and over, but people are lifting the heaviest stone they can here today for the most points. So, and that's the most fun. These stones are made from concrete, and some of them are filled with actual like lead pellets to make them heavier. Yeah. You'll see people with duct tape on their arms, forearm protectors from certain companies. Some people are just bare armed, bare shirted over here. Some people have like athletic tape and things like that. And truthfully, most people just use, you can really use by any means to get the stone over the bar itself. So
It's a real question. Only one. There can only be one. You like my elegant solution? Oh yeah. Yeah.
Still chipping away on our lanes here, getting things done. We all wrapped up on lane one. Lane one is done. Wrestling's the champion of the day, right? More weight for that. I'll enjoy it here. Stuff picked up inside. Middleweight.
sounds like our lane one is complete. That was all of our women and our lightweight men, novice. And so we're down to these two lanes going here. You might see some people just choosing to wear our grip shirts again for the stones, and you have some people deciding to go completely shirtless. And well, you use the tacky on your chest too. Yeah, yeah, because you can see skin sticking, and there's tacky on the ball or the stone because there's been so much tacky. You can see the tacky.
Goof off station for your tack. You can throw those towels away in the trash can over there.
I think I see a can of WD-40 too, so that must also work to tacky off.
Anything can strip tacky if you try hard enough.
And you can see the tacky coming off on those mats down there quite a bit. Tacky like really builds up and it gets grody and gross. You can tell when a stone is new because there's no residue on it.
I'm the Brian of all trades.
Have you ever trained stones, Brian?
I tried to pick a stone up once.
And how did that go?
Not well.
Okay. Did you know what you were doing when you were doing it?
Absolutely not, but I also had this unfortunate side effect called being 5'5.5". And back when I tried to pick up the stone, there was not a lightweight, guys. It was heavyweight. And there might have been middleweights out there. But it was like 198 and below was one class, and then everyone above that was, 300 plus pounds. But yeah, no, that was a great time of my life. Trying to pick things up was awkward. Well, I don't have short arms for my height. I have short arms because of my height.
I feel that. That's where tacky comes in handy. Because you don't necessarily have to get your hands all the way under the stone itself, because otherwise you're squishing your fingers. But, like, you can leave a decent gap in between. Man, he's really just going with that stone. But he's got, like, probably a foot between each hand.
Oh, yeah.
You can't do that without tacky.
No, I didn't have tacky either. I had gumption. And maybe a little bit of depression.
And will.
Not much will.
We are down to our last two competitors.
All right, we got two more competitors here.
Also one of our best races of the day, Justin Floyd, national champion, is up on the stone now.
That's what it was.
All right, so we've got Justin up right now, and I believe he is the one that beat Mason. If you were saying, wow, we are just going. I believe he has the heaviest stone.
We're going to be cleaning up our space. I invite you guys to go back to wherever you're camped out inside the gym and clean up your space. And then we'll promptly.
All right, so he's not really taking much time in between each rep. He's just kind of doing it. And now he's starting to lap the stone a little bit, so that way, because the fatigue starts to set in a little bit here, but you get a little bit more of that triple extension when you lap the stone. There we go. Each one of these heavier stone lifts is worth 10 points each. That was impressive. Shorts had holes in it. Their shirts are also like tied really tight, around their bodies, so
Yeah,
that way
make
it
sure it doesn't
doesn't
get caught.
exactly get caught or pulled to the with the tacky to the stone. All right.